So I just left a message with her. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3. Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right. Thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Bob Pearl from Birchmond Baptist Church in Fort Worth, and I will lead in the pledges. Pastor Pearl, if you will please remember, and I guess it's an announcement as well, Gary Fickus was in the hospital last week. He has pneumonia, so please remember him in your prayers. But he is recovering, getting better, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Go ahead, Pastor. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges.
Let us pray. Our God and Father, we thank you that your mercies are new and fresh every morning. We praise you for life, health, and strength to serve you this day. We do pray for those who are sick and afflicted, and we ask that you would touch their bodies and raise them up. And Lord, we come and confess that all of your works display your attributes and reveal your love and power. Grant this court wisdom from on high as they discharge their duties to the citizens of this county. Keep us ever mindful that good leaders are genuine servants and that our service is a privilege and not a personal ambition to have power over others. Deliver us from the corruptions of the heart, the temptations that would corrode our character, and the poison of pride that would contaminate our witness. Be glorified today by our service and grant wisdom. We pray in the name of him who is above all names, the name of Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the pledge to the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Manius, do we have any agenda announcements?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, several announcements as it relates to the agenda today. First, under the administrator section, item A1, we're going to take that up after closed. Also, under the county administrator section, item A11, the deaccession and donation on the Johnson collection, we're going to hold that for a week or till the next court meeting.
Is that consent?
Yes, it is.
Okay, A11 removed from consent.
And we're going to hold that. We're not going to ask for any action at this time.
Okay.
Then, members of court, under the auditor's section, item B4, that is a consent item. It's a receive and file of cash counts of the constable's offices. That has been requested to be removed from consent and made non-consent so we can discuss those that particular issue. Also under purchasing, item H, 22 and 23. Those are also consent items. We've been requested to remove them from the consent item and consider them as non-consent this morning.
Tell me the numbers again. Purchasing what?
H, 22 and 23.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And
I
then,
recognize those.
and then also under item 11, which is the approval of bonds and certificates of self-insurance. We do have one certificate of self-insurance that we would like to present to the court at that time. And then finally, members of the court, There is a luncheon for you all, the Child Protective Services luncheon today. I believe it will be in 504C. We would hope that we would be able to get through the open meeting agenda before we go to that luncheon, and then we'll pick up closed if possible after that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, next up, Commissioners Court announcements. Do we have any announcements from Commissioners Court?
I've got one. I would like to congratulate Jeanette Martinez for her recent election to the Fort Worth City Council. She will be sworn in this afternoon at 5:30. Congratulations, Jeanette. We are so very proud of you.
All right, I would like to introduce to those who don't know him who will be our new elections administrator effective July 31st, and that is Clint Ludwig. Clint is Clint has faithfully served our country as a Marine, actually serving in combat duty. You know, he's not a former Marine, once a Marine, always a Marine, but he's also been with Tarrant County for 6 years as the #2 in the county clerk's office. So he was approved by the Election Commission, a 5-0 vote. So we look forward to having you at the helm in that position, and congratulations.
Congratulations. The fact that you are a Marine gives me hope. I hope that backbone comes with that, and that we can count on you to have some. What your song? All right, hoorah.
All right, next up, the minutes. Do we have any discussion, comments, or motion on the minutes?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the June 6th meeting. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Okay, passes unanimously 4-0. Next up, we have a proclamation for Elder Abuse Awareness Month. I believe we have Nisa Muhammad with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, Tacey Thornton, who's a program administrator, Delisha King, Ron Horton, and Keith Franklin also here. So come on forward and I will read this proclamation. Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Tarrant County seniors are valued, contributing members of society, imparting a wealth of experience and wisdom in our communities. The month of June is acknowledged as Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and its recognition fosters the prevention of abuse and neglect of older adults. Each year, an estimated 5 million, or 1 in 10, older Americans are victims of elder abuse, neglect, or exploitation. Tarrant County seniors deserve to live safely with dignity and as independently as possible with the support they need. Eliminating abuse to older persons is the responsibility of each community, and Tarrant County is concerned about the risk to our older residents who suffer from neglect or are victims of financial, emotional, or physical abuse. And all our residents should watch for signs of abuse such as physical trauma, withdrawal, depression, anxiety, fear of family members, friends, caregivers, and especially in our summer months here in Texas, heat. During Elder Abuse Awareness Month and always, we stand with all older Americans and commit ourselves to protecting every senior's right to live their golden years with dignity and respect. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Tarrant County. I think we have a special exclusion for GK Manias. So thank you for what you do. I will make a motion that we file and receive.
Second.
Now, a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. And please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge O'Hare and commissioners.
for proclaiming and declaring June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. I'm Nisa Muhammad, the Faith-Based Community Engagement Specialist. As you mentioned, we have Casey, who is the Program Administrator, Ron, who is a Supervisor, Delicia is also a Supervisor, and Shanetta Ross, who is an Investigator, all for the area of Tarrant County. Tarrant County is one of the counties in North Texas that are at the foremost, and they are forerunners in being champions for the dignity, safety, and respect of our elderly community. And we want to thank you for embodying the core values and the mission of Adult Protective Services in this county. Each commissioner actually has a special initiative or agenda that directly speaks to the independent safety and viability of the senior and disabled population in this county, and that is commendable. So we thank you for being partners and collaborating with Adult Protective Services. Our state agency investigates abuse, neglect, and exploitation of the elderly or substantially impaired. And we know that when we are better informed, we can make more effective decisions. So we have brochures here to let people know the signs of elder abuse, financial exploitation, or neglect, and more importantly, how to report it. And we also thank you for collaborating so that we have resources and services in the community to prevent further maltreatment. So we thank you for your leadership, and most importantly, we thank you for the proclamation. Thank you on behalf of Adult Protective Services.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please tell us which organization is the direct point of contact. Is it Adult Protective Services?
Yes, for adults, yes. So we're under the umbrella of the Department of Family and Protective Services, but our agency specifically deals with adults 65 years and older or 18 to 64 with a substantial impairment or impaired disability. So yes, and our phone number is on the brochure. We also have pins and lapel pins for the members of the commission.
Thank you.
so much.
So if there is, if anybody suspects abuse, make a call. It can always be investigated and found to be nothing, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And that number is 800-252-5400. 800-252-5400.
Thank you so much. And thanks for the work you do.
Y'all office here?
Yes, in Tarrant County. We have 6 units actually in Tarrant County. Oh, this one is actually, okay. We can have both.
Thank you.
We'll get it to them. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's a really pretty thing. Yeah, do they have a, I didn't see a camera out there.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm putting it on. All right, I'm going to come right down there. There it is. It's a good looking pen. Okay.
Right to her home.
Okay, GK, I think you have our next presentation to the Texas Historical Commission.
And just a note, as you were coming down, 3 of them told me that if you all bothered me anymore, that I was allowed to call them. Oh. They gave me the hotline, so I've got it memorized by now. So, thank you, Your Honor. We wanted to make several other presentations this morning. The first one deals with the Texas Historical Commission's 2022 Distinguished Service Award to the Tarrant County Historical Commission. We provided you with a court communication on it, but I thought it was important that we point out that our Historical Commission, all of their work is volunteer work. And over the last year, they have volunteered over 1,618 hours to the county. They have always worked very diligently to make sure that we identify our historic buildings, artifacts, documents, and other components that reflect Tarrant County's and Texas's history. So with that, Your Honor, if I could just, I don't know if we have, is Jamie Parker here? I don't believe so. So I wanted to let the court members know that this is not something that is given lightly, that our group has accomplished that for several years now. And the document reads, the Texas Historical Commission presents this 2022 Distinguished Service Award to the Tarrant County Historical Commission in recognition of its active and well-balanced presentation program. And this is signed by the Executive Director of the Texas Historical Commission. And we're asking that you receive and file this.
Move to receive and file.
Second. Have a
With
motion.
congratulations to the
Yes,
Historical
hearty
Commission.
congratulations. A motion to receive and file this. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And then secondly, on item number C, this is another proclamation that a lot of staff are very, very proud of, especially the budget department. The Government Finance Officers Association, which is really the dominant association of financial officers in the United States, since 1984 has provided for budget awards programs, and we're a member of GFOA, but this is a national recognition, and this is the first time that our budget department in Tarrant County has actually been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. It's a very high honor. It's very difficult to achieve. You might also remember that Tarrant County was the first county that had the 5-star rating from the Comptroller's Office, and it was the work of Budget and Audit and a bunch of other ones that got us there. On this one here, this is just something that we all were excited about, but we want to really congratulate Helen, you and your team for what you've done, and congratulations. This is real grand. It's pretty heavy. So here comes the crew.
Well,
One of the crew.
so Jason's up here with us because it's predominantly Jason who did the heavy lifting and the work, and it's out on our website. If you want to go to the Budget and Risk Management Department's website and see it, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, working with Helen has been a real delight since I got here. You ask her, I mean that, you ask her questions, she almost always knows the answer. If she doesn't, she tells us she doesn't, and she finds it quickly. Robert, but he, so he's, both of them have been fantastic, and we appreciate the work you do. You help save Tarrant County taxpayers a lot of money. So thank you for many years. Okay, next up, we have the consent agenda. A11 is removed from consent, and B4 removed from consent, and H22 and 23 removed from consent. Any questions, comments, or discussions or motion on the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval, save and accept those items that have been removed.
All right. Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, consent agenda as amended passes unanimously.
Judge O'Hare, there was no action taken on the budget award. The court may wish to receive and file that.
Yeah.
Move to receive the 2 awards.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to receive and file the budget awards. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up, I believe would be item A1, which are we going to discuss A1 in closed first?
Your Honor, I believe we have 2 public hearings this morning.
Oh, that is before A, you're right. Oh, yeah, good. First public hearing is to approve the fiscal year 2023 Tarrant County Housing Assistance Office Annual Agency Plan. So I'm going to open the public hearing. I believe we have a presentation, and then we'll take any public comments or questions afterwards.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Wayne Pollard. I'm the director of the Tarrant County Housing Assistance Office. Tarrant County Housing served about 3,400 families on the Housing Choice Voucher Program, also known as Section 8. HUD has rated our office high performers for 15 consecutive years. We pay out about $32 million annually to 750 landlords in the community. We currently have about 6,000 people on our wait list that's been closed since 2017. At that time, we had 14,750. We still accept applications for our special voucher programs from our community partners. The Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing, known as VASH through VA, the Family Unification Foster Youth Initiative, where we work with Child Protective Services, and the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, we work with Tarrant County Homeless Coalition. Some of our challenges, our office receives about 38 calls, emails of visitors a day coming into the office seeking housing assistance. We are noticing an increase of calls from elderly folks that is on fixed income asking for rental assistance. There are a challenge with a lack of affordable housing in Tarrant County. This is a nationwide problem. The high cost of rent, landlords not willing to accept the voucher, is causing our voucher holders to hold their vouchers up to 119 days. That's probably 15 days more it was before the COVID hit in 2020. What our plans are? HUD is giving additional funds for the housing authorities to hire staff, recruit landlords, retain landlords, help families find units. We plan on to use some of our funds to do incentive programs for landlords. If they lease up with our families, we will give them incentive each year. They keep our families on the program. We plan to develop a marketing plan to recruit and retain landlords. We would like to probably project-base up to 150 vouchers so we know we have places for our families to go. We're not seeking any court action at this time. We just like to hear any public remarks.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have anyone who would like to speak to this item? Public hearing is now open.
HUD has given you additional dollars, but they have not given you additional vouchers that would impact the waiting list that you have. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We need to do some work with HUD to see if we can't get some additional vouchers. Our waiting list is coming down, but that's probably not because there are more vouchers. It's probably because people are giving up. They are becoming resigned to homelessness, to moving in with relatives to couch surfing. This does not advance the cause of housing those in Tarrant County who need to be housed. We need more vouchers. So I would suggest that we mount an aggressive lobbying program with HUD and see if that goal can be achieved.
I'm sure calls to all of our Congress people in this area could pay some dividends in some way, shape, or form.
But that's not something that Mr. Pollard can do. That's got to come from us.
Yeah. If you want to get that on a future agenda item, then we can take that up.
Just the last comment, our office apply for any vouchers that HUD offers. We sometimes we're very successful in getting some, sometimes there's some challenges just because of how they do some of the numbers. But we continue to look for vouchers for our families.
Well, Wayne, I'll say that you guys do a great job managing the caseload. I know that it's growing and it's difficult. One thing we discussed this morning in the TCPHA meeting was the mortgage assistance programs. When you and I met, you discussed how valuable that program is, but how underutilized. I think that is a great way to help bring people out of needing the services. Because as you mentioned, they're in the mortgage product for a while, and then they refinance, and they're on their feet. So there's many different arenas that I think we need to be champions for getting folks out of poverty. Expanded vouchers, that's one, just since we do have the wait list. But I am interested in exploring other programs to lift them out of poverty and make sure we're not keeping them there.
That's a good point, Commissioner. Traditionally in America, buying a house is one of the ways towards building wealth. Paying rent doesn't help you do that.
Yep.
Okay, it is a public hearing. If there's no one signed up to speak, we'll close the public hearing. Last chance. Okay, I'll move to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion, weigh in? If not, cast your vote. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Next up, we have another public hearing to consider establishing a speed limit of 30 miles per hour on Nancy Lane in Precinct 2.
Good morning, members of the court.
Good morning, Joseph.
So this public hearing is to consider establishing a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on Nancy Lane, which is a county road maintained by Precinct 2. Just a little background information, Nancy Lane is approximately 1,900 feet long, a little more than a third of a mile, less than half a mile, and it stretches from Dick Price Road up to Myra Drive. There's currently not a posted speed limit for this roadway, and it should be noted that both sides is developed as residential. It's a residential neighborhood, if you will. So the Transportation Office and Precinct 2 Field Office received citizen complaints of perceived speeding along this roadway. So our staff visited the site, conducted a speed study. Based on the site and data collected, I do recommend establishing a speed limit of 30 miles per hour, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this item? All right, do we have any questions or comments from court members? Okay, anyone who'd like to speak to this? All right, seeing none, I will move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Weigh in or cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed.
Are you asking for any action on that item today? Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, we take action on this?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the speed limit of 30 miles per hour on Nancy Lane. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Also passes unanimously. All right, I said A1 was waiting closed. It's A2, right?
A2, that's correct.
Yep, A1 is up, and that is discussion and possible action concerning the RFQ for design services for the main campus hospital replacement project at JPS.
So, thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, you might remember that on June 6th, we held a workshop, and we had two presenters as it related to this particular contract. This is one where that work is being done at JPS. It's the main tower design, and at this time, staff is recommending that the Commissioners Court authorize the hospital district and their administration to begin negotiations for a contract with Beck Construction.
Move approval.
Second.
Is it a motion to approve Beck as the...
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
And
Yep. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the RFQ, awarding the bid contract to Beck. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously.
Your Honor, on item number 3, we're going to ask Mr. Schaffner to make that presentation.
Yeah, before we go to item number 3.
Yes, sir.
Item number 2 is discussion and possible action regarding the county administrator position, including recruitment efforts and other items. We're going to discuss this in closed and then come back out here and take action if there is action. But we do have several people signed up to speak to this, so I'm going to let them go now as opposed to wait. The first up on that is Gerald and Jackie Cox. And a reminder to all speakers today, your time is limited to 3 minutes. Please respect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Cheryl and Jackie Cox. I live in Roy Brooks precinct. We all know that Mr. Manius is not replaceable. That's been said several times. Mr. Manius, thank you for many years. It's been very nice to appear before you and to have you for our chief deputy. But now, obviously, it can't leave the chair vacant. So I'm asking that you make best efforts to do a national search and see who shows up as the best applicant. It was kind of disappointing that there was no national search for our elections leader, but Mr. Manius is the guy with his hands on all the bells and whistles. The chief deputy controls many things that have to do with budget and administration, and I'm hopeful that you will use prudence and do a national search and find us the best person. Thank you.
So the election administration position was posted on the Tarrant County website, was posted on multiple election organization websites, both state and national. And we received several applications from people from out of state.
We had a little over 40 applications, and there were a number of those.
Several out of state, one even out of country. So, all right. Next up on A2 is Linda Hanratty. Is Linda Hanratty present? Okay. Also on A2 is Merle Glasscock.
Good morning. I am Merle Glasscock, a member of Broadway Baptist Church. I am not here on Broadway's behalf. My comments are my own. And I appreciate all of you for listening to us. Tarrant County Administrator G.K. Manius is retiring after 35 years of service. It has been said by many that this man is irreplaceable.
That's not true, by the way.
That means you have to stay. You have to stay.
As a tribute to him, it is imperative that an in-depth search is done for a person to hold this position. Tarrant County needs to do a national search for someone qualified to be Tarrant County Administrator, someone who is experienced in managing large operations. As I was reading over this holiday weekend, I read, and I quote, Playing politics with such a vital position as county administrator would be a disservice to the residents of Tarrant County. Please conduct a nationwide search for someone to fill this crucial position. Thank you.
Thank you, Merle.
All right, that's all the people I have signed up to speak to A2. So,
I think I put the wrong thing down. I wanted to speak to this. I put down advocacy because I couldn't read it so small on my.
okay, go ahead.
Do you mind?
Nope.
Is that Julie?
No, that was the first one.
I know you've got papers to shuffle up there, Judge O'Hare. I hope you'll be able to stop and listen a minute. I would like to urge commissioners also to work to search nationwide with a headhunter company, not just posting it somewhere, but to actually hire someone to go and look for someone. We have the most experienced, the most wise, the most cordial, even to me, an efficient county executive. And searching for someone, as the others have said, to replace him is going to be hard, and it needs more than just a placement in a magazine or a posting on a website. We've lost Hyder, Renee's leaving, GK's leaving. What we are losing in the first 6 months of this new board's seating is incredible. The talent walking out this door. Now with it goes those big salaries. And I suggest that we try to find someone with the attributes of this man for a lot less. But I also think we should reduce the pay of the commissioners on the court too. So there you go. I am a Democrat, but I'm a conservative Democrat. Citizens are concerned that GK's replacement might look like a political selection, as the TAD placement looks like a political placement because that person has no experience in reading the documents that the people on that board need to read. Citizens want and deserve an experienced person in every position, elected, hired, or appointed. And I would like to propose a brass placard to be attached to GK's chair and to Renee's chair that says this is what we expect when we hire someone, and when we elect someone, and when we appoint someone. Because they deserve placards. These two do. Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak to it. So we will take this up in closed session and then come back out in open session if there's any action to take. Brings us to item number 3, which is amendment number 1 to the Tarrant County ARPA funds program budget.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We're seeking approval of this amendment to the ARPA program budget. The grant year for ARPA ends on June the 30th, so the next grant year will begin on July 1. So as part of that, we wanted to go through and make sure that all of our balances were in the positive as we've gone through. There have been some projects that have come in over budget, especially the HVAC units that we have been working on with facilities on to get in various positions. So this will make those changes. And we're also seeking, as part of the motion, staff to have the capabilities to administratively alter the program budget if necessary for the purpose of reporting. If something if there's a PO out there that may come in or be filed between now and the end of the program year, that we can make those changes to where we can submit as necessary on July 31st. So,
all right, any questions for Russell?
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve amendment number 1 to the ARPA funds program budget. Any discussion at all? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next up is item 4, and we take each one of these individually, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
So, members, on item number 4, these are out-of-state travel requests. The first one is the AgriLife extension. This is for the 2023 American Horticulture It's a conference that's going to be held in Ohio. Just a note, this is for Ms. Miller, and all travel expenses will be paid by the attendee.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
Motion is second to approve this one. All in favor, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next.
On item number, on the second one, this is for Commissioner Precinct 4. This is to attend the North American Strategy for Competitiveness. It's a continental reunion, and the dates are established and the location is on your court communication.
Move approval.
Second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next.
So the next one is with Community Development. This is the 2023 National Conference on Ending Homelessness and Capitol Hill Day. It's in D.C. for Janelle Holt. As a note, all travel expenses will be paid from funds.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the third out-of-state travel request item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, number 4.
The next one is under Public Health. This is the 2023 NACHO 360 Conference, which will be held in Denver, Colorado for 2 members of our Public Health Department. Just a note, all travel expenses will be paid by NACHO.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
And then,
Passes unanimously. Next.
And then finally, this is under Purchasing, National Institute of Governmental Purchasing Annual Forum. This is in Kentucky. The list of the 2 individuals that are going to be traveling to that particular program.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second to approve. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item 5, an approval of an exception to the travel policy for within-region travel.
And this is a request from the Office of Criminal Courts Administration. This is to allow 1 staff member to go to the 35th Annual Crimes Against Children's Conference in August in Dallas, Texas. Total cost of the lodging is $792.95.
All right, so I have an issue with this. I realize that we have approved something similar this court with our tax assessor. I believe this is different. When we approved that, I believe we approved it based on the fact that Ms. Burgess was either the vice president, the president, or running for one of these, and the conference itself was going to take up a certain amount of time. But then there were after-conference meetings related to the management of that board that would sometimes take it till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night is what I think you told us. Without reopening old wounds there, I still wonder about that one. But this one, I think if we pass this, it sets a bad precedent. Where do you draw the line? Are we going to approve 4 nights of hotel for Bedford, Euless, Mansfield, Midlothian? I think this sets a bad precedent. I think we're going to see as a court more and more people that go to Dallas wanting to spend the night in Dallas for 4 or 5 days. I can't support it unless I hear some kind of information or data that makes this just a very compelling thing we must do. Is there anything, whoever's asking for this, is there anything about this that's going to make this run till 7 in the morning, till 10 or 11 o'clock at night?
I do not know if there's anyone from Criminal Court Administration here. I didn't sign up to Mr. Shugart is here to address the court.
Judge O'Hara, it's just a standard conference. It's at 6:30 at night. We have 4 staff members. We're only sending 1 to this conference, and we just make this request. We understand your concerns, and we'll act accordingly.
Okay. All right. So, any questions from the commissioners?
Move approval.
Do we have a second? All right. With no second, is it necessary to move to deny it? Or is with no second, is it dead?
It's just dead.
It's dead. Okay, all right. Okay, not approved. Moving to 6, receive and file the single audit report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022.
So, members of the court, you have in your material, I think we sent it to you electronically. This is going to be the single audit reports for the year which ended September 30th, 2022. We're asking the Commissioners Court to receive and file that document.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the single audit report. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. We are going to, let's see.
We have one additional item.
Number 7, we're talking about the discussion of possible action concerning Tarrant County's tech share software programs.
Yes.
Is that discussion and the C1 budget discussion the same discussion? Or is there more?
I think that this one here is just a report as to the status of the court program itself. I believe that C1 is the request for funds to
audit. Yeah.
To audit. Mr. Scott is going to be making that or having that discussion. But before I leave this morning, I want to point out that that when we get to the auditor section, that Ms. Tidwell will be coming up and making her presentation. And we don't have any other court meetings for the remainder of this month. So this is going to be the last court meeting that Ms. Tidwell is with us.
Wow.
And if I could just take a personal note, Renee and I have been working together for, in her mind, way too many years. The county auditor is probably one of the most powerful positions within county government. And she has to approve expenditures and justify the expenditures as relates to various different statutory requirements. Because we do not have a county treasurer, she also fulfills that role. You know, we talk a little bit about what an administrator does and the team that we assemble. One of the most important people on a team that the county administrator deals with or has is the chief financial officer, and that's Renee. And we have worked together for a very long time, and we have not always agreed. In fact, I have a special jar full of beans that I'm going to give her because in one of our moments of disagreement when she was pretty new on the job, I basically told her to stick to counting beans and leave the administrator alone, which she didn't do that. She didn't do that at all. So anyway, this is Renee's last court meeting, and I really enjoyed working with you. And so we're now on item 7. Scott?
Renee, thank you for your service.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So the Tech Share Court program continues to stabilize and trend in the right direction. As of this morning, we have closed 1,532 tickets out of the 1,848 submitted, which gives us an overall closure rate of 82.9%, which for a project of this size and scope speaks volumes to the commitment of the teams involved, from the clerks to TechShare to the entire IT department, who's had countless long days and long nights trying to make sure that we have a top-notch system in place. You will notice, for those that get the reports on our weekly briefings, that the overall ticket closure rate has dropped slightly in the last week because we have refocused a couple of members of the team to work exclusively on data cleanup issues. For example, we've identified approximately 275 bonds with just data integrity issues that they're researching and making sure that everything is valid on those. And that is a very detailed, time-consuming process to research each of those individually. We have now transitioned to one development release per week. We're not seeing the need for multiple development releases each week going forward because we've reached a point where all of the pressing issues have been addressed through development. We do have one release that was given to us last week that our quality assurance team rejected because we did find a bug in it. TechShare has assured us that would be resolved in the coming days, and then we'll be able to release that. And that has approximately 90 development items in it that should provide further relief to the clerk's offices in particular. That's where we stand for right now. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the court? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, for the final time, come on up, Renee.
Someone asked me how many courts I'd attended. I guess it's well over 1,000, not as many as GK, but it's well over 1,000. So with that said, I'm glad today's the end of the ride, and I'm ready to see y'all down the road. But for
How many total years?
27.
27, wow.
Okay, so the first item we have for the court, we're asking you to receive and file the auditor's review of the financial and system controls for the Justice of the Peace Precinct 7. You have attached the response, and they're addressing our findings, I do believe.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Before we vote,
Is to receive and file.
yeah, this is not the one related to...
No, that one's coming up.
Gotcha, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
The next item is we're asking the court to receive and file the quarterly investment report for the period ended March 31st, 2023.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And number 3.
We're asking the court to receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for the period ended for the month of April 2023.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the financial statements for April 2023. Any further discussion? Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And then B4, which was removed from consent.
Right. And we did work with the constable's office in question in regards to the safe. What we found was pretty much it just needed batteries, so they couldn't get in. It was also stored in the property room. And so the plan to correct is the safe will be moved out into the common area, and obviously they'll get batteries for the safe. Everyone doesn't have a safe. There are a number of locations that keep their cash receipts locked in a file cabinet or a desk drawer. There's less cash today for constable's office, but whether or not they need a safe, it would be an expenditure for the budget department and the constable's office and the court to consider. We feel that we didn't find anything in the safe. It was empty, and it was in the property room, perhaps because it had had various property in it in times past. So with that said, I don't think there's any additional work that's required.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right, I'll move to receive and file the auditor's report of the cash counts for the constable's offices.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do have a question. Under what circumstances should the constable's office be maintaining cash overnight rather than depositing it at the end of the day? Is this a change fund or?
No. The statute requires that any fee office remit their money to the treasurer within 5 business days. Most of them do not. Very few offices have the ability to either get, unless they have Brinks pick up on a daily basis. I can't really speak what this constable does or doesn't have in regards to Brinks today. There's not a lot, like I said, there would not be much cash, but if they were, the only thing that comes to mind, if they were actually out in the field and needed to collect something and they collected something late in the afternoon, it does make sense that they might not be able to remit it to the treasurer, to the armored car, or to the bank. So the locked drawers, again, they don't all have safes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the cash counts from the constable's office. Any discussion in addition? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And next up is budget and risk management. Helen.
Good morning.
Award-winning.
Yes.
Helen Deese. Yes.
We're asking approval of the undesignated appropriation adjustments. We're moving money from non-departmental undesignated of $150,000 to the county administrator's office for outside audit of TechShare courts management.
Okay, first question to the court is, do we want to postpone discussing this item until our board member from TechShare has returned?
Yes.
I could go for that.
Okay. You good with that? Okay. So we'll remove that from the agenda today and put it on the July 11th.
And the other one is also from non-departmental undesignated to probate court number 2 for $452 to cover travel to legislative session down in Austin.
Okay, move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that appropriation adjustment. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Glenn.
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 2, approval to double fill a position in the county clerk's office.
Yes. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Glenn.
So yes, we are requesting that the county clerk be allowed to double fill. This will be the position that Mr. Ludwig will be vacating, the deputy chief's position. I'm working with Ms. Nicholson. We're going to be posting his position this week. For the required 10-day posting, Ms. Nicholson is optimistic that she will be able to name his replacement fairly quickly, and as a result of that, she's requesting the ability to double fill his position for the last 2 weeks of July. That will give Mr. Ludwig's replacement an opportunity to work side by side with him.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
In as much as Ms. Nicholson took one for the team in giving up her deputy to be the elections administrator, I think she deserves this consideration.
Yes, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
So our next item, and congratulations, Clint. I know he'll do a great job for us. Item 3, we're asking the court to approve a waiver for the district clerk's office. Mr. Wilder's criminal floor manager is retiring at the end of this month with 400 vacation hours. This individual, as detailed in your court communique, supervises clerks and verifies the accuracy of judgments and court orders. And so Mr. Wilder believes that it's critical to fill this position as soon as possible. Therefore, he is again seeking the court's approval to fill the position on July 3rd at a net cost to the general fund of approximately $12,700 $1,279. And he's present, I'm sure, if you have additional questions.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. I'll second it. Any discussion?
I'll say on both District Clerk Wilder and County Clerk Nicholson, I don't recall seeing many requests like this. So it tells you that the position is probably very important and that you can't do without it. So I support it.
For the newer members of Commissioners Court, it has always been my policy not to ask for waivers on anything except an important supervisory position. So for your information.
All right, we have a motion to approve the waiver of terminal benefits. Did we get a second? Yes, I did it. All right, any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up.
Thank you. Next item is item 4. Here we're asking for a waiver for the elections administrator's position. Mr. Garcia is leaving county service on this Friday, with 240 vacation hours. We're requesting a waiver of 40 of those hours. That will allow the new administrator to begin his service on August the 1st.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And our last item is item 5, and this is the approval of our 2024 holiday schedule. And just as a note for our new commissioners, this is the exact same schedule that was adopted for this fiscal year.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the 2024 holiday schedule. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, purchasing. Melissa.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we have, I think now 14 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2023-003. This is our annual contract for laboratory information management system for the medical examiner's office, awarding to Justice Track per contract terms, and also if it's approved, we're requesting contract approval.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the contract and RFP 2023-003. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion or questions? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, item 2.
This is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-112. This is the Plaza Building third floor finish out renovation for Facilities Management Construction Services, awarding to Azteca Designs. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
I had a question about this.
Yeah, I
one.
do too.
This one was substantially lower than the competing bids. And then the timeline to perform was substantially lower too, about half the timeline. And I noticed that the bid was about half the cost in materials. And the next closest was about $750,000 higher than a broad range. I'm just curious, do we think that this company can actually perform, being that it was so stark of a difference from the group of bids that we received?
Yes, our team, as well as Facilities Management, had a scope review meeting with the company. And yes, they can do the work at that price, and they did a thorough review.
Wow, so everybody else was just padding the numbers, I guess, yeah?
I think so, because of the material costs. The prices are constantly going up.
Excellent.
Okay, my question is, can you just give us a brief overview of what all this they're doing for $1.75 million?
I think Mike Amador would be able to answer that. or Frank.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court. What we're doing is we're building out 17,000 square feet worth of space for both of the departments. The departments we currently occupy 4 suites on 2 floors in the 1895 courthouse. Transportation is in this building. And so what we're doing is we're moving us to open up. This will be a good beginning for us to start future renovations. This is an ARPA project, so it's being funded using ARPA dollars. It'll put us in a space that both departments will be able to stay in for 20, 25 years. We're building out suites for each department that includes all the necessary offices, moving my department together. We currently are scattered in 4 suites, all the different divisions on the separate floors. So it's putting us all together to allow us to more effectively, efficiently operate, and then putting Randy's group, who is very tight on space, as we are, and giving us room for growth, et cetera. It's just a build out. We'll be building out all the offices, all of the open areas, conference rooms, et cetera.
What's going to happen to these departments' current office spaces?
They'll stay vacant until the Commissioners Court make a decision how we want to proceed with backfilling those spaces.
So we're just going to have vacant space that we have no identified need for, but we're going to remodel, put everybody in a spot, and then just leave a spot vacant.
No, what we're doing, Judge, is we're waiting on a space study, which is completed. We're doing final revisions and looking at it right now. And that study is going to tell us the department's needs of current departments that are within the 2 buildings. And we'll be able to utilize that space to move departments and right-size those departments once we get going. But it will also help us prioritize the needs of which departments need to move now quicker than later, who needs more space. So the spaces will be available. If everything goes well, some of the spaces may be able to use as is. If there's any renovations, facilities management would come to the court for that, for approval.
What current departments in the county are saying, we just got to have more space, please give us more space?
Sure. Well, in this building, it's quite a few of them. The auditor's office needs more space. The budget office needs more space. Human resources can use some, not as much. And purchasing is way overspaced. We are really, folks are just crammed into areas. We've built out the spaces as best as we can over the years as staff has added, but all the spaces for those departments are inadequate. So it would open up space in this building to begin a possible renovation of the building by systematically being able to move space department by department, renovating the spaces as we go. As to the 1895 courthouse, those are decisions yet that we haven't looked at. We really need the space study to identify who over there needs growth space.
All right, thank you. So GK, on the next agenda,
yes,
I would like to see a presentation, a briefing with possible action on how the county goes about new construction projects, remodel projects. And I will tell you from the get-go, my concern is somebody identifies a project, the whole court doesn't know it. Sometimes no one on the court knows it. Sometimes one person on the court knows it. And then it's so far down the tracks, by the time it gets to us, there's already been studies and plans and all sorts of things that this group up here as a whole body hasn't decided we want to move forward with this, and it's almost a done deal. So I want to potentially look at changing how we do that, but that presentation will be key.
Okay.
Okay? All right. All right. No more questions from me. Any other questions up here? We do have a motion and a second.
We do have a motion and
I think so. Didn't y'all make them?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this one? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously.
The third item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-114. This is our annual contract for rifles for the Sheriff's Office, awarding to TriArch Systems per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, please cast your vote. It passes unanimously.
The fourth item is an award recommendation for bid number 2023-116. This is the purchase of a 4,000-gallon water truck for Precinct 1, awarding to Southwest International Trucks per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. I've noticed now, and these are notes that we have, I've seen this 2 or 3 times, where people don't sign an addendum, and so their bids get rejected.
Yes.
I mean, are we literally talking about they don't sign one signature line?
Yes, so normally the addendum that goes out that requires a signature is something changed in the specifications. And so if it's just a date change, we don't require a signature, but if it's something that's going to impact the pricing, it's required that they sign and acknowledge the.
And when they don't, I'm assuming it's an oversight where somebody didn't know they were supposed to sign the form, or is it some kind of, yeah, we can't agree to this?
I'm not sure, but we remind them 4 or 5 times.
Oh, you do? And then it still doesn't get signed. Got
and it still gets missed, or maybe they didn't submit it in the package.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
And in the future, we won't have that problem. We'll start opening our first bids this week with the electronic bid system. That won't be an issue anymore.
Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 5.
This is also an award recommendation for bid number 2023-120. This is our annual contract for pistols for the Sheriff's Office, awarding to the primary, secondary vendors listed per unit price.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
The sixth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-127. This is our annual contract for tire and tube repairs and services for passenger vehicles, light trucks, medium-duty trucks, commercial trucks, heavy-duty equipment, countywide, awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price, hourly rate, and discount from list price.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 7.
This is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-128. This is for the Resource Connection Water System Isolation Valves, a replacement for facilities management, awarding to Capella LLC. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 8.
This is an award recommendation for bid number 2023-146. This is our annual contract for fire suppression equipment inspection, maintenance, and repair for facilities management, awarding to Safety Control per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts.
All right. Any questions, comments, or motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. We do have a public speaker on this, Ms. Cox.
Thank you. I have recently paid attention to the fact that the city of Fort Worth is one of about 4,000 plaintiffs in a class action against the use of chemical flame retardant substances. They're called PFAS. But it's a nationwide class action with more than $1 billion worth of settlement fund on the table to be shared among about 4,000 governmental entities. I bring it up here because flame retardant whatevers tend to have very toxic things in them. Asbestos was the one that, kind of was around from when I was a baby or more or less, and that was a long time ago. When they put it in my pajamas, okay? But it's just, these PFAS things are called forever chemicals, and they're dangerous. I don't know whether they're in what we're using now. Mr. Ramirez, it's really a concern for people who were in the fire department or police officers. Anyone who got close to this stuff may have been harmed for it, and this would be a good time for your union members to check about their possible participation in such class actions. I bring this up just as a little warning because your purchasing department probably should be aware of this kind of thing too. I don't know that that's in this item, but I thought it was worth bringing up. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion or questions? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 9.
This is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-147. This is our annual contract for erosion control, hydromold services, and materials, awarding to the various vendors listed per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve number 9. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 10.
This is regarding RFQ number 2023-126, annual contract for commercial real estate brokerage services for various projects for facilities management. We're requesting grant permission to conduct negotiations with the top ranking firms listed per contract terms.
All right, do we have questions, comments, or a motion?
Move approval.
A motion to approve item 10. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion or any discussion?
Are any of these hubs on this list?
Are any of these what?
Hubs, historically underutilized businesses. I don't think so.
I don't believe the first two are. I don't know about NS Trinity.
I was wondering about the second one.
No, these 3 are not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 11.
This is a request for a contract extension regarding RFP number 2011-068. This is for inmate calling services for the Sheriff's Office with Securus Technologies. This request is to extend the existing contract, which will from July 19th through December 31st. During this time, a new contract would have been established. We have a RFP out currently, bid number 2023-103 for inmate communication services, which will include all of these additional services to have a well-integrated service for inmates. This extension will allow us to continue service for inmate calling until we get that.
Move approval.
Awarded.
So we have a motion to approve. I do have a couple of questions here.
I'll second it.
We have a second. Motion and a second. So I'm just reading the information that we get in our packet. So do I read this correctly that for every 15-minute call, it's $3.40?
That's probably correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any earthly idea how many phone calls go out of there on a weekly, monthly, daily basis?
Thousands.
Yeah. So is there some privacy or security issues related to this as to why we have to go through something like this versus buy 10 cell phones or 30 cell phones or whatever the number is and let them make calls where it's no charge per minute? I mean, like the total price of this contract is how much?
This one is.
I would point out that the county does not pay the cost of the calls. These are collect calls to someone on the outside.
Oh, they are?
It's not a charge to the county. No.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's funny. That's not how I read that.
Judge, it costs more than that. I have friends that those collect calls are $10 and $15 for the family that's already struggling. I'm so sorry to speak out of turn.
Yeah, please don't. That's not how we conduct the meetings. So, who ends up paying this?
The person receiving the call.
Okay.
The family member or.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I got it now.
Okay.
Now that makes total sense. Okay. Thank you. We do have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion or questions? All right. Seeing none, please cast your.
Judge, you have a comment on this one?
Oh, I do. All right. I don't know who it is, so I'll probably find it here in a minute. Ms. Cox.
Yes,
come on
thank
up.
you. As I recall from last year's presentation by Ms. Tidwell of the budget for the commissary department at the sheriff's office, this contract is the largest part of the public funding that goes in. If you're an inmate, you have to buy all your stuff from the sheriff. You want a candy bar, you buy it from the sheriff. You want a cracker, you buy it from the sheriff. You want to make a phone call, you buy it from the sheriff. But this contract started like 11 years ago and had never been bid again or reviewed. So it's time. I'm glad you're doing it. And I hope that it is done with great care. But the next one is apparently scheduled for December. I'm glad you're finally taking rebidding seriously, because that's a real burden for families. If what you said is right, it's $10 or $15 for a call. How about if you have to call home, honey, I need my meds, and you don't have the money? I mean, there are some calls that need to go from inmates to their families that are life-threatening, and getting their medications would be one of those categories. Thank you.
All right. We do have.
Can I speak on this? I registered before.
You registered for this item?
Not this item. I don't think I registered for a specific item, but this
Yeah.
one pertains to kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah. So here's the deal. We cannot have somebody get up and speak to every single item that we have. There's a process we put in place so we can run these meetings accordingly. You're welcome to address it in public comments where I call everyone to speak on an item, but we simply cannot afford the time to let every single one who'd like to speak on every single item. We would never.
My party's going to run out at 11:40, and I spent a lot of time and money to make sure I'm here today, and I've been preparing for this for a week. Just to speak for 3 minutes.
To speak on this, which you didn't sign up for.
I can speak on any one of these. I can move what I'm saying in any one of these topics.
Yeah. I don't. No, you cannot. So, any other discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
So, I'm trying to read the communication. How much does the county profit? How much do we receive from?
Just a little bit over $1 million.
Okay. I think I see it. I see it, GK. Thank you.
Okay.
That goes to the commissary fund, GK?
Not this. This goes to the general fund.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right. Passes 4-0 unanimously. All right. Next up, item 12.
The next item is also a contract extension for bid number 2019-157. This is our annual contract for fleet fuel cards and management services with James River Solutions. The current request is for continuation of services to allow for the transitional period between the current contract and implementing the new contract for fuel cards.
All right. Any questions or motion? We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
The next item is annual contracts eligible for renewal within 90 days.
All right. Is this from consent?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Give me
Is that 13?
This should be H22 and H23. Okay, H22.
Yes, this is H22. We have several here that are eligible for renewal within the next 90 days. The first one is 2021-149, COVID-19 After Action Review. This is the last renewal option. And 2021-154, temporary personnel for event response data analysis. It's also up for its last option for renewal. And 2022-127, professional services, SAP onboarding, offboarding, first option for renewal. 2022-168, structural cabling, materials and services, first option for renewal. And 2022-185, welding equipment, supplies, and industrial medical gases, first option for renewal. 2022-201, you get it?
I'm sorry, I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Interpath robotic process automation software, first option for renewal. 2022-218, copier maintenance and supplies, first option for renewal. And 2023-006, inmate hygiene supplies, first option for renewal.
Okay, so two questions. The COVID-19 after action review eligible for renewal, what is that?
So this was
I believe this is emergency management. Is that correct?
yes. So this contract was to review our processes and how we handled situations during the COVID-19 and the response to it.
And
the lessons learned.
we've already had this looked at, and we've already been under contract. How many more times would we need to renew this?
Well, right now they're still analyzing the data, getting more feedback. I know on my part, they're asking the purchasing department more questions. They're probably doing it with all departments.
Your Honor, this was a contract that started during COVID and had two optional one-year renewals. We are just exercising the option to renew for the last time. Most of the money that would have been spent on this contract was spent in previous fiscal years. It's been about $3 million. So far, the last fiscal year, we've only spent about, by my numbers, about $180,000.
And how much are you wanting us to spend now?
We don't know how much we're going to spend. We're just doing this in case we need to keep the contract active if there's any residual consulting services that are needed from the vendor Innovative Emergency Management to wrap up any kind of studies that they might be doing that fall under this contract.
So tell me, what services are they currently providing or anticipated to provide in the next year? This isn't the same as the ensuring that the expenditures that are going through the program are necessary and able to be accounted for, right? What services does this contract provide?
I'm not 100% sure of the existing services. I inherited this contract, but it is mainly a consulting services contract.
It's to finalize our COOP plan, our continuity of. It allows us to have a plan established so that whenever we do have disasters like this, or other type of disasters, that county government can continue to function.
And do we already have that plan in place?
We're finalizing it. That's what this is.
And we think we're going to need additional consulting services to make that a reality?
I think it's on an as-need basis.
It's on an as-needed basis. We want to keep this contract active just in case, for instance, there might be services needed within the first week of the third year, the second year optional renewal.
What services would you anticipate we would need?
I'm not.
So I will give you an example as to my department. Okay, if we had something that occurred that all the buildings in the downtown area were destroyed, okay, or become non-functional, there's certain elements within county government that need to continue to function. And so it's a matter of how we go about notifying department heads, elected officials on the processes that we're going to utilize to continue our operations. And so I know that each one of your offices has a COOP plan also. And we're just trying to finalize all of the plans for all. And this is funded through ARPA.
Well, I get that, GK, but what I'm saying is, we're saying our staff cannot do that ourselves. We need third party, because that sounds like a local issue where we're talking about notifications, intergovernment, and then inter-county.
And then it's interrelationships with, between departments also.
And we would ask,
which is more complex than one might think.
well, I guess the consultant, we would ask them to go to market and see how other people are doing it, to give us feedback, and what services is this contract specific? Would we ask this consultant to do?
You know, if you'd like to hold this so that we can get you more information, we weren't prepared to answer all the details.
This is just a heads up of which ones would be coming up within the next 90 days for renewal. This is not permission to renew.
Okay.
This is just a list.
I apologize.
Let me ask you that. When you say it's not permission to renew, and it's just here's a heads up on what's coming up, well, what would we be voting on? We're voting on that you gave us a heads up?
So previously in the past, we had a court member that wanted more of a notice ahead of time of which contracts were coming up for renewal. So we started this night giving a heads up to the court which ones were going to be coming up for renewal. So you'll know 90 days ahead of time.
So Melissa, this is not an action item. It's number 22.
It's simply a receive and file, and it's informational. And we put this on the court agenda because past courts had requested that the Commissioners Court be notified 90 days in advance before you saw something on the purchasing.
Let's say that we approve this here, we're notifying you this, and then someone determines, hey, I think we'd like to continue this contract. That comes back to us.
Has to come back to you.
And at that time, we're going to know the maximum somebody could charge?
An amount not to exceed, I would assume, yes.
And so what was the previous contract was for $1 million? Is that right?
The totality of this contract is about $3 million. We haven't expended that much money.
And the purpose of the contract was to evaluate how...
Okay, so if you want to speak to this, go ahead.
Well, it was multiple items on this contract, not just the COOP. We used the same company to evaluate the programs that the ARPA funds were utilized for the external nonprofit organizations. So it's been an ongoing contract that has just been extended to cover all of these various items.
Okay. All right. Well, if we approve this now, okay, I guess we do. But I think this contract, as you can tell, will be heavily scrutinized if you bring one back.
Yeah.
So, okay. Any other questions or comments on item 22? All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to acknowledge we've been advised?
Move to acknowledge we've been advised.
Second. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that's 4 yeses. All right, number 23.
Yes, this is a request for permission to take bids or RFPs for annual contract for new and used electric vehicles, RFP for DNA laboratory work for validation of STR mix probabilistic geotype software, RFP for annual contract for inmate commissary, baking, and deposit release services, and conduct a mandatory pre-bid. RFP for in-building radio coverage enhancement for a new juvenile courts building. RFP for construction portfolio project management software, monitoring system for freezers and refrigerators, Plaza Building third floor furniture, 350 West Belknap generator and automatic transfer switch replacement, Green Bay Jail hot water boilers and storage tank replacement, Stevens Drive culvert replacement, Public Health Vaccination Center renovation and Resource Connection, and 350 West Belknap remodel of floors 1 through 4, Lionel E. Cooper Community Justice Center camera replacement, and also to conduct a mandatory pre-bid conference for RFP for purchase and update of elections equipment containers.
All right, thank you. So I had this pulled off consent for a couple of different reasons. One, well, in no particular order. So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about that I referenced earlier, where things get so far down the tracks. I don't ever recall this court, maybe a previous court did, voting to renovate the Public Health Vaccination Center. I don't ever recall us voting to remodel floors 1 through 4 at West Belknap. I don't think this court did, maybe a previous court did, and I think the documents that came with this were like nothing. It was like a piece of paper that listed those lines. So what I'm looking at here, it looks like potentially, based on just the one remodeling of Plaza 3, I'm looking at like millions of dollars, potentially tens of millions, with what you're talking about doing, and I have no earthly idea what you're talking about doing. And I don't think this informs us the way it should. I don't think it informs the public the way it should. And I want to know exactly what we're doing and how we're doing it, and get data and information on this. What are the needs? What are the estimated costs? And I just don't think there's enough information here. Something like camera replacement. Okay, this is something that's fine that could be on this. But some of these things, it's just really potentially big dollars. When it comes to the other reason, 2 other reasons I pulled it, is the Plaza building 3rd floor furniture. And I just hearken back to the furniture purchase of the approximate 8,000 square feet in elections administration for the warehouse was some of the most expensive per piece furniture I've ever laid eyes on. And some of the pieces, there were at least 2 $5,000 desks in that one. There were, if I remember correctly, like $8,000 credenzas, or it was some other 8,000, maybe it wasn't a credenza, maybe it was a conference table. But there were some really expensive items. And so I believe we can do a much better job of the way we purchase furniture, and we are not furnishing here a Wall Street hedge fund office building. These are public office buildings, and I don't want people to have to go buy used things from Goodwill for their offices, but at the same time, we have to be cost conscious about this. And then the last thing is the annual contract for new and used electric vehicles. So how many is this? 10, 50, 4? What are we doing with electric vehicles? Why are we doing electric vehicles? Are we doing electric vehicles because we're trying to save gas money? What's the purpose behind this, and then where did it come from? All these things just seem to be kind of pushed on us when we don't know anything about it, and I don't think any of us up here, regardless of whether you support electric vehicles, don't support electric vehicles, regardless of what the case may be, I don't think we should be just voting to say, yep, charge ahead. Then when we get here, it's kind of everybody runs through the motion and says, yes, vote to approve after 2 questions. So that's why I took this off the agenda, and those are my concerns. So questions, comments?
My concerns around some of the expenditures are not really specific. I think most all of these items were approved in last year's budget, correct? That's when the necessity for them was hammered out, but I think the judge is correct that the majority of this body didn't vote on last year's budget. We didn't vote on the independent expenditures. So instead of saying, hey, we'd like a little more heads up, I guess this is it. But I also would like the opportunity to say maybe that's not a need anymore this year. So going out, taking bids is one thing, but then when it comes time to purchase, I would echo your sentiments that everything needs to be scrutinized. Because maybe what was voted on last year as a budget appropriation is not appropriate. As for the furniture, that's complicated by county policy. We have a direct example in our office. One of my admins needed a table so they could have meetings in their office. And they were quoted, if they would have gone through the regular purchasing process, about $800 to $900 just for a round table. Well, my admin found it for $100 down the road. And so we actually had to go around that policy to go save $700 of taxpayer money. And so it's really unique and cumbersome how we have it. And I understand some of these departments, they feel like they have no choice but to go through that process. and end up with a $5,000 desk. So whatever we can do to solve that problem, we're all ears to your suggestions.
I think the judge has good points here. It would be helpful to have more information about each of these. It just would. But this is a request to go out for RFP so we can get pricing. So then we get the pricing, and I think we make decisions at that point.
It doesn't obligate us to anything, to go to the market and see what something is going to cost.
You are correct on that, Commissioner Brooks, but I do believe the entire body needs to weigh in before we're 10 contracts in front of us. We need to weigh in on, do we really want to remodel floors 1 through 4? Or do we really want to remodel, to renovate at this time, the resource connection? You know, we talk about lower income housing and the need for it and the high interest rates, and it all works together. You get a house, and the taxes that you pay from here, JPS, and the school district and the city, I mean, it hurts. And especially when you're seeing these interest rates at 7 and 6.65% for a 30-year with good credit. I hate to see what people that don't have good credit are having to pay. So I just think at the point we are in our economy with the housing costs, with inflation, I just think we need a little more scrutiny and a little more looking after the dollars very closely. What may have been voted on in August of 22 may not be appropriate for the times we're in whatever we're in June of 23. So I would recommend that we bring this back, take a closer look at all of these items. I mean, you could probably take a few out and it's fine, but I think we should go over this differently and make sure before we get so far down the tracks, we know exactly what we're doing and that this court wishes to move ahead with all of the projects.
I'm not opposed to that. I think for this year, specifically looking at these items and any other items that will be additional, it's worth getting a better understanding of what the expenditures are. I think it'll solve it. The problem will solve itself next year because we'll be voting on this year's budget. And so we should have some familiarity going forward next year. When these documents come before us, we should all be familiar. But this year, obviously, we're not.
I do have some estimates, and there are a few that are annual contracts that we will have to move forward with if we could approve some of these.
Okay. So one by one.
Well, yeah, let's go through them one by one. The first one is an annual contract for new and used electric vehicles. This is something we are rebidding. We tried putting out a bid for electric vehicles back in the fall, and we were only able to get one of those vehicles. Chevy stopped making the Chevy Bolt, and so before they canceled all Bolts, we did get one. So what we were trying to do here was request to rebid and add in used vehicles.
Okay. Why do we need electric vehicles at this point?
It's an attempt to verify that the technology of electric vehicles will be beneficial over internal combustion engines. It's to test the technology in our fleet to see how electric vehicles compare cost-wise, maintenance-wise, performance-wise to what we've always been buying.
And what was the total scope of that? In the budget last year was like 4 vehicles, right?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 6.
Estimated $139,000 for all 4.
We have one. We've received one.
Okay. So does anyone wish to make a motion on that item?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contract for new and
It's to
Go out.
To take our bids and RFPs for the new and used vehicles.
Right,
Yes,
right.
thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 3-1. Okay.
And the next item is for the DNA laboratory work validation of the STR mix. This contract is estimated to be about $148,000. I can't remember which department this software is from. Elaine, do you know which department this software is for?
So while you're coming up, my recommendation is the staff communication to the court for all of these is give us some info. I mean, so I don't know the amount of the contract based on the info provided. I don't know what it does. I just can read a line.
Hello.
Hi.
All right, just pulling it up here. Yes, this is for the medical examiner's office, and I'm trying to look for the summary that I had here, and I was hoping that someone would come up here in the meantime because I thought they would be here. So, you know what? We're gonna have to get that information back to you. I can't give an adequate summary of what the software will do for them.
Okay.
We'll
hold that one.
Okay.
I would note that there has been a backlog in our DNA laboratory for quite a few years, and this is probably an attempt to speed the process of identifying DNA so that we can cut down on the backlog that currently exists, so we can do it more efficiently and more effectively.
That makes sense. Can anybody verify that that is what this is doing?
We asked that the medical examiner send a representative here today, and it looks like nobody.
Okay.
But sounds like that's correct, Commissioner Brooks.
All right, so are we moving this to next one, or is there somebody who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve this and see where we end up.
All right, we have a motion to approve the RFP for DNA laboratory work. Do we have a second? All right, fails for lack of a second. All right, next.
Okay, the next item is our RFP for.
Are you just going to read every one of these, or is there? I thought you were picking and choosing the important ones.
Yeah, this one
time
is
sensitive.
Yeah, this one is important. This is regarding the inmate, the one we talked about earlier with the extension.
Okay.
This is for the inmate commissary banking, deposit release services, and to conduct a mandatory pre-bid for those services. And we do need to start on that contract now. It takes a long time to evaluate those responses.
Vote to approve the RFP.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, passes unanimously.
Let's see. The rest of these items are, I can read the amount of them. They're all projects. They're not, none of these are our annual contracts.
I think if they're not time sensitive, the consensus here was to bring this back and with actual data, facts, and figures.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you. All right. That was the end of purchasing.
I would like to suggest that we take a look at approving the replacement of the camera system at the Lionel E. Cooper Community Justice Center. This is at the Miller Avenue Government Center, and we've talked before about the problems that we have from people on the weekends and nights congregating on that campus and doing things that are not in the best interest of the county. I think we need this camera system.
Is that a motion to approve that RFP?
Yes, that is a motion to
All right,
approve.
I'll second that. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks.
Okay. I believe that's all for purchasing. Next up is transportation services.
Hello, Judge, Commissioners.
Hi.
We have one item for your consideration today. We are requesting the court's approval of the designation to review and approve plats for the Tarrant County Transportation Services Department. As you may know, the state law requires that Commissioners Court or the court's designee approve plats with, or approve, disapprove, or approve with conditions any plats that come to us. And so with the recent change in the Commissioners Court schedule, we offer this as an alternative to be able to make sure that we're meeting that time frame.
So in the last year, how many times has this, not year, say in the last, whatever we've been here, this new court, 5.5 months, how many times has something like this been brought to us this year? Approving a plat.
Approving a plat?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Don't have a good answer for that right now. We typically see about 30 a year that come through, so typically 2 or 3 a month.
Do they end up on our consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
And these are in unincorporated Tarrant County.
Well, I would anticipate too. I know everybody's well versed on the land use regulations, proposals that are coming down the pike, and the changes there. I would anticipate that the volume's going to go up.
It is, because those areas are exploding in development.
Yeah, my feedback for this proposal is that so long as there's communication with the precincts prior to action, I'm okay with the designation.
Yeah, I'm okay with it with this exception. So the way the documents read, prior to the department action on any final plat, the department will coordinate with the respective court member whose commissioner precinct. I would like to be included in that.
Yes, sir.
As the overall of the county. If we're taking it away from the whole 5, then I don't think we should take it away from the one person who's elected by countywide.
We will make sure that your staff is part of that.
And isn't this simply if our time runs out and we don't have a court meeting established?
Well, the way that we've placed this is for all plats, but we can certainly
We'd like to have that overall permission, but if there's a way that we can bring that back to the full court in a timely manner, then that's what we'll be doing.
I like that idea better, that we approve if time constraints prohibit it coming to the full court, that we designate them to do it.
That's correct.
Or whatever provision you would say there, and that's too long for me to figure out how to craft that motion. So, okay, any other questions or comments?
Approval based upon what he said.
Okay, there you go. I'll second that. All right, any further discussion here? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
If I may have a moment of personal privilege here, I would like to recognize a staff member on the Transportation Services, Mr. Jeremy Duskin. If you could stand, please, Jeremy. One of the highest certifications that a right-of-way professional can receive is the Senior Right-of-Way Certification. It's through the IRWA. And just recently, Jeremy received that in our office and was awarded that. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and let you know that is.
Congratulations, Jeremy. Good work. Don't approve any plats without coming to my office. So, all right, next up, interlocal agreement, Precinct 4, Commissioner Ramirez.
I have one interlocal agreement between Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD to help them construct a new parking lot. I move for approval of item L, 1A and B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And next up, appointments to various boards or commissions. Any board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none. We do have one bond certificate of self-insurance to approve for the new elections administrator. Ann.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioners and Judge, this request is to approve the certificate of self-insurance for the elections administrator in the amount of $20,000, which is the statutory maximum, and to do it for the remainder of, the entirety of the tenure of the elections administrator, rather than having him have to go out and get a commercial bond. So this is in keeping with what we've been talking about, and is in keeping with the amended policy that is working its way to you in the future, and is within the authority of the Commissioners Court to make this exception to the 90-day policy, and just let them go with this for the tenure.
Okay.
Move approval.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So he's now good to go.
He will be sworn in the, forgetting the date right now. I think it was
August 1st.
July.
I think it's Monday, July 31st is his day.
Yeah, I believe that we scheduled it for August 1st.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
they
Gotcha.
said. He'll be in his current position through the end of the month, and then.
Okay.
We'll work out whether it's July 31st or August 1st, and either one of those, I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Next up is the claims and addendum section.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
We have a motion to approve the claims and the addendum. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, next up is a briefing item, Public Health Operational Assessment and Strategic Plan Review.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Boutte is going to introduce our presenter.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Back in December 2021, the court approved a contract with the Symbian to do an operational and organizational review of public health and develop a 3 to 5 year strategic plan. The idea was to determine what programmatic areas public health needed to hone in on to provide the best level of service to our growing community with limited resources. Brian Ackerman and Katie Riley looked at national and state trends, met with our public health staff, community stakeholders, and our court members to develop recommendations and determine the next steps. They are here today to share their findings. So without further ado, Brian and Katie.
Afternoon, how are y'all doing?
Good afternoon.
Good.
I believe you all received the more detailed report, so what we want to do today is just give you a brief overview of some of the highlights and the key takeaways overall of the process. As we just mentioned, it was a parallel process. We did a strategic plan engagement as well as more of a detailed look at the operations and how the health department is structured organizationally. I had a chance to meet with the previous court twice last year, once as just an introduction to the process overall, and then gave an update closer to the fall time frame. And what we're going to do here today is kind of walk you through some of those key conclusions. Overall, the process had 3 phases. I won't go through all this in detail, but essentially phase 1 was the current situation. Where are we today as a health department? And that's what we had a chance to brief the previous court on last year. Since then, we've been working on phases 2 and 3, which is where do we want to go and how we're going to get there. And we'll talk through some of that detail here in a few moments. Key inputs, we worked through most of last year to gather input from a variety of sources listed here, including comparable counties as it relates to size and growth. Also input from the staff of the health department. Community input primarily focused on our community partners, including healthcare providers, emergency medicine providers, as well as the school system and others.
Who are the 12 counties?
Katie's going to share those in detail. We've got a mix of Texas counties, including Dallas. We looked at Houston and the San Antonio market as well. We've got some other counties that also kind of high growth areas, San Diego, Seattle, Washington, some of those markets that we've looked at. She's got a detailed list she can go through with you a little later. And again, the focus of those conversations were really understanding how they're structured as we're trying to understand in this fast-growing market how we can efficiently operate and handle that growth going forward. I'll go through the strategic plan takeaways. Katie will spend some time on the other components and kind of walk you through those. High-level review, we're going to go through here the SWOT assessment and the statement of strategic direction. This graphic really just explains how things sort of come out of the clouds down to the detailed action plans. Again, you all have access to the tactics and the action plans elsewhere. Going to focus today on those top areas, the SWOT assessment, statement of strategic direction, and the 3 to 4 strategic initiatives that really rose to the surface as most important for the health department to be focused on in the coming years. Strengths and weaknesses, I won't read all of these. I think the key takeaways from us from a strength standpoint were twofold. One, the variety and number of services that the health department offers is a huge strength, particularly as we compared it to other health departments. One of the things that we wanted to look at is, are there services that are missing or things that needed to be expanded? We found a few of those based off of our work and conversations. Katie's will hit on those, but in general, health department doing a great job in terms of the services they're offering. The other ones I'll point out is the strength of the staff, as well as those community partnerships, which we'll hit on again, just the strength of those partnerships based off the feedback that we got from the partners via our conversation and surveys. Weaknesses, I think the top 4 really are grouped together, and a lot of it relates to turnover, additional recruiting that's been necessary. We've seen turnover as we work with health departments across the country at a high rate, particularly coming through COVID. And so some of the weaknesses around communication and culture needing to be worked through as part of this process, and you'll see some of the recommendations around that and what we're sharing as well. External, as we think about opportunities and threats, the ones I'll focus on here are the top 2. Without going into all the detail of Public Health 3.0, it really is a migration nationwide to more of a community-focused effort around public health partnerships so that the health departments aren't doing it all alone and kind of strapping their resources. How can we limit duplication in the communities? What does that look like? And a lot of that relates to expanding the partnerships that we have and collaboration opportunities, and you'll see that come through in one of the strategies that we've outlined. Threats, the Great Resignation, again, still there, particularly as it relates to public health. A lot of studies done around kind of the expectations over the next few years. So how do we solidify our workforce? And obviously, both on a positive and negative side, the growing population is an opportunity and a threat, depending if we're able to proactively work towards the health of that population as it grows. So a lot of information on there. Those are the big kind of takeaways from our standpoint. Statement of strategic direction came about to work with the committee. Overall, we kind of set out a high-level, ambitious goal for the organization and the department to really work through where it wants to be in the coming years, with a heavy focus on population health, driving that forward in order to impact health outcomes. The other pieces to point out on that statement is really the organization of choice for stakeholders. That includes our employees, as well as those partners going forward, all in an effort to advance the health of the community. So still pretty high level. The 4 strategic initiatives that support that. First and foremost, there was consensus. We really want to make sure we're focused on staff engagement and effectiveness, making sure from a retention standpoint we're able to sustain those employees that we have and improving staff morale. That also looks to how we're operating ourselves from an organizational structure standpoint. Are we being as efficient and effective as we can be? Community collaboration I've already hit on. That's going to be a critical piece as well. Data infrastructure, also critical, I think, as we're thinking about how to most appropriately leverage the resources we have, being real targeted with our efforts and having the data to support where the biggest needs are is going to be critical. So that's another focus area for the department going forward, and all in an effort to really push forward the health outcomes for all across the community as a whole. So again, a lot more detail in the report in terms of how we're going about doing that. I wanted to share those priorities with you all and how we arrived at those from a process standpoint. With that, I'll turn it over to Katie. She's going to go through kind of the second phase of work, that parallel process around some of the detailed organizational assessment and information.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So Brian took you through the strategic plan component. This organizational assessment is now about, do we as an organization, TCPH, have the resources that we need to achieve that vision and strategic direction for ourselves and for our community? In order to facilitate the organizational assessment, there are 3 main components. The benchmarking is about giving ourselves an outward-facing look nationally at what other peer organizations and other national public health organizations recommend. Our internal assessment is about understanding ourselves internally and ensuring we have a clear understanding of our FTEs, our budgets, and our kind of internal assessments and operational metrics. And synthesizing those two external and internal pieces of information, we yield our recommendations, which are really where we'll focus for the remainder of this presentation, though I'll briefly take you through the benchmarking background. For our benchmarking resources, we're really working off of two main buckets. The first two categories are national public health organizations, including the FAB workforce calculator, as well as the NACHO profile of public health workforce. And those are providing sort of benchmarks for our FTEs and profile of our employees in a public health department nationally. Our peer counties, as Brian mentioned, we're leveraging 12 peer counties. We had interviews, we collected organizational charts, operational metrics from these 12 peer counties in the course of various conversations.
Are you going to tell us the counties?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
So from Texas, we had Dallas, Bexar, Harris, and then Houston, which obviously city, county. And
so
then,
you used the city of Houston?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In addition, yes.
The city of Houston or Harris County?
Both. We had both Harris and the city. And then you can see on the map on the screen our kind of peers nationally outside of Texas included Seattle, King County, Multnomah, which is Portland, Santa Clara, Clark County, which is home to Las Vegas, San Diego County, and Suffolk County, home to Boston.
And Maricopa is there
And
also.
Maricopa, thank you, sir. And where possible, we interviewed and spoke directly with these counties to gather as much information as we could. Our theme is you've seen one health department, you've seen one health department. They're all very distinct and meeting the needs of their specific communities. So similarly in this assessment, we're using this information to provide us some context environmentally of what's going on, but we recognize that what's applicable in Boston is not necessarily applicable in Tarrant and want to be very sensitive to that. Also, just to provide perspective on how we're thinking about the services offered by the public health department, we're really focused on our community-facing services, and 5 in particular that are considered the essential public health services that are shown on the screen here. We're looking at our public health services through this lens. It is expected that all public health organizations throughout the country are offering these 5 services in some form. Of those, there are 3 where our recommendations are focused, and we'll go into those in a bit more detail. Among environmental public health, we identified that our rate of inspections per inspector is higher than anticipated based on FDA standards for retail inspections. It's about double, but contextually, that's fairly common. Our ratios of inspections to inspector among even our Texas peer counties is significantly higher than what's recommended by the FDA. So we recognize that it's likely not feasible to achieve that standard, but would recommend working towards that ratio if possible. Chronic disease and injury prevention continues to be a growing concern throughout the nation, and certainly Tarrant County is no exception to that. We do offer services in healthy eating, active living, asthma and diabetes prevention, and tobacco prevention as well. We would recommend that we potentially develop more robust and accessible services for our community, make sure our community is very aware of the services that we do offer. And then as we identify health priority needs for the community, which will be done as part of the community health needs assessment and community health implementation plan, we would recommend that we potentially evaluate development or partnership to expand our chronic disease and injury prevention offerings to fulfill those priority health needs for Tarrant County. Obviously, all of these don't make sense for all communities, but we would recommend tailoring them to what Tarrant County needs most. Finally, within our maternal, child, and health programming, Tarrant County is fairly well resourced. However, we do believe there's opportunity to expand our partnerships in this space. We currently have partnerships existing, like the nurse-family partnership with the health department. But what we identified in the course of our benchmarking is that typically other health departments, even within Texas counties, are leveraging partner organizations to expand their service offerings and improve early childhood outcomes through things like partners providing WIC services, not just the health department itself. And so we would recommend evaluating opportunities to expand our partnerships and work more with partners to expand our service offerings in that space. This effectively summarizes what I just spoke to. A couple of additional items here. Our lead poisoning prevention program has been sort of conceptually initiated. We'd recommend we continue to advance that effort in the health department. We also are recommending oral health service offerings through our maternal, child, and family health programming to be consistent with other health departments nationally. And finally, some recommendations outside of those foundational public health services. The first is to leverage the recommendations that have been developed with other organizations around data access and informatics and resource those as needed to fulfill those recommendations. Continue to evaluate your prioritized community health needs and expand your services to, tailor your services to address those health needs as appropriate. Delineate your shared service offerings in the health department from your programmatic service offerings to improve the efficiency of the health department performance. And then communication is obviously essential to ensure our community members are aware of the many exceptional services that are available to them through the health department. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a few. So I saw our weaknesses in the SWOT analysis. And a lot of them had to do with internal communication, staff workload capacity, Tarrant County public health culture. How do those recommendations impact that?
So that's a great question. And I think some of them do and some of them don't. So I think organizational culture is not something that necessarily has a structural driver. And similarly, I'm not sure that communication is driven by the structure of an organization, but we would certainly recommend, and through the strategic plan, there are action items around kind of workforce engagement separate from this organizational assessment that do sort of address those concerns. I'm afraid
So there are recommendations that have been given to management, leadership in the department for how to address those weaknesses?
Yes, within detailed action plans in the strategic plan. Yes.
Any other questions, Roy?
Just a comment, and that is that on the issue of maternal and child health, we continue to have a high incidence of infant mortality in Tarrant County, especially in certain zip codes compared to the county at large. But a concomitant issue with that is maternal health, both pre-delivery and post-delivery. In some segments of our community, maternal mortality approaches infant mortality in its occurrence in our population. And those are issues that require continued focus and attention, not only by our public health department, but by the other health care institutions in our community as well. But it seems to me that public health probably ought to lead the way.
Thank you.
Just a note for the court, I believe that we distributed the strategic plan to your all's offices last week. If you all did not receive that, please let us know and we'll make that redistribution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is announcements and comments. Any announcements or comments from the court?
The Texas Christian University Horned Frogs are playing Oral Roberts again at 1 p.m. today, so good luck to those guys.
Yeah, we need to beat them this time.
Yeah, we do.
Also, it's tomorrow morning. What time is the hearing on the sexually oriented business licensing appeal board?
I believe it's 9 o'clock in the morning.
The item that has been on the agenda a couple different times related to the potential closure of Temptations, strip joint, whatever you want to call it, that will be heard by the sexually oriented business licensing appeal board tomorrow in this room.
Doesn't air.
Does that air on anything?
We will capture it and then post it.
Okay. Yeah, but not live. Okay, any other announcements or comments from the court? All right, seeing none, we do have several folks signed up to speak. First up I have is Ethan Newcomer.
Close it out from here.
Go up there.
I was raised in Colorado Springs. Focus on the Family was right nearby me. They morphed into Alliance Defending Freedom, and the Heritage Foundation, along with ADF, is targeting this county for the upcoming election. Now, I have a page of notes. I have no idea how to cover this in 3 minutes, and I'm sure a lot of people already want to cut me off.
You're welcome to email them to us or make copies and deliver them.
Oh, absolutely, email. The problem is, though, all the men don't have emails on their public profile. The women do, but the men don't. And that addresses my first issue with the patriarchy, which I think we're all just mired in bureaucracy right here, and we're living in a patriarchal hellscape. And I can't handle it anymore. I detest public speaking. I detest bureaucracy, but I will come up here because I hate fascism even more than those things. I have anxiety right now, but my anger towards this white supremacy and the state-sanctioned voter suppression is mind-boggling. It's mind-numbing. It's pushed me into therapy. I'm taking therapy with my family. I don't know how else to approach this, but to approach the state of Texas. My concern is that Governor Abbott is compromised and is a criminal. That's why I'm coming here locally, because I live here. My precinct 1 representative isn't even here. So I don't know what's happening with him. Or
do you live in precinct 1?
Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. Glad you're here. My issue is that we have something going on. Fascism, unfortunately, I was educated at TCU. Go Frogs. And when I went to go get my license renewed, I was just hit with tons of fees, time it takes to renew it, and all this bureaucracy. I couldn't contact the state. The phone system didn't work. The websites were inept. I set an appointment to go in. I couldn't get anything done. Unfortunately, that's what's brought me to here today. I probably would have not even been upset enough if I hadn't been directly impacted. But it takes direct impact of people like me to speak out, because when I talked with the constables at the place where I brought up the fact that they're suppressing people of lower socioeconomic classes' votes specifically, they are absolutely, there's third parties outside of our county that are tampering in our elections, and they're state sanctioning voter suppression with the help of our governor. And I didn't feel comfortable when the constables told me to go complain to the governor. I don't think he's credible. I think he's on borrowed time, and I came to here because I love this county, and I love TCU, I love Fort Worth. All the people here seem really nice, but there's a couple people here that I believe to be maybe bad actors, and they might be involved with this state-sanctioned voter suppression that's run by out-of-state third parties, Alliance Defending Freedom, Heritage Foundation. And they know this game. I'm terrible at this, but they have people that are trained in this, and they're attacking our county in every single way. It's Google 7 Mountain Mandate. And I detest that I had to listen to a Christian prayer, as a Christian conservative, a Christian prayer at the beginning of this. Do you imagine the optic that leads for people to actually have to, what if they're not Christian and they think all the people in the government are Christian? Where's the separation in church and state?
Thank you. Your time is up. And for the record, please no outbursts. For the record, my email address or my email little button is underneath the phone number to reach my office and the address on my county judge page. Okay, next up we have Doreen Geiger.
My comments are my own. I am not representing anyone but myself. The contract year with the for-profit Management and Training Corporation to house Tarrant County inmates will be ending soon. What is the plan for housing these inmates? I hope they will be coming back to Fort Worth. If not, will they be staying in Post, Texas, or going somewhere else? If this court's intent is to sign a new contract with MTC, what money will be used? Is the HVAC remodeling still scheduled to begin in July? Very recently, the state announced it would pay for 150 psychiatric beds for use by Tarrant County inmates who are not competent to stand trial at this time. Negotiations with these private hospitals needs to start immediately. Housing inmates during a mental health crisis is challenging, and one way to make it safer for both jailers and inmates is to dispense needed medications more quickly. Many times it is someone in the family who calls 911 for help for their family member who is in crisis. Can officers take a picture of the medicine bottles showing the prescription's name and dosage to make it easier for jail staff to know at intake what this person is prescribed? As reported by KERA, an 18-year-old autistic man with intellectual and developmental disabilities spent 9 days in our jail with none of his needed medications. He was living in a group home that knew exactly what meds he was taking. His IQ is 62 and he needs 24-hour care. This teenager fell through the cracks in our jail's failed network with JPS and MHMR. Although he was already a client of MHMR, his name and birthday were incorrect in one of the other computer systems. I don't know if it was wrong in the jail system or the JPS system. The jail, police, JPS, and MHMR communications need to greatly improve. Your Honor and Commissioners, please accept a handout. May I give these to you? Thank you. I have one for each.
Here, just hand them all to me and I'll pass them out. Okay.
And one for GK.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Next up is Nan Terry.
Did she get overtime for furniture?
Good afternoon, Your Honor and Commissioners. I'm Nan Terry, a longtime resident of Tarrant County. I remain concerned about the untimely deaths of inmates in our Tarrant County Jail. I'm concerned about perhaps by our lack of oversight, lack of budget, lack of policies, we may be complicit in these deaths. I encourage you to read the DOJ letter with a critical eye. I have found anomalies and contradictions between the official records of individual records and also records between the Texas Jail Commission on Texas Jail Standards and the Tarrant County and the DOJ. Just please read it with a critical eye. My remaining remarks, I want to use the citations from the DOJ letter along with the State Commission on Jail Standards. On November 6, 2017, Billy LaRae Freeland died. No custodial death report was reported to the state. He died in Tarrant County Jail. On February 22nd, 2018, Robert Renfro died. On November 7th, 2018, C.D. Simpson died. On January 16th, Jennifer Lynn Espinosa died. She was 37. On April 5th, 2019, Derek Lee Wynn died. He was 35. July 26th, 2019, Southie Kinsagoboth died. He was 51. August 31st, 2019, Jackson Lee Murphy died. He was 56. August 1st, 2019, Robert Miller died. He was 38. August 31st, 2019, Jackson Lee Murphy died. He was 56. By reading these names, I'm not saying these inmates are perfect, but I hope to remind everyone, myself included, that we were responsible for the care and the lives of the inmates housed at the Tarrant County Jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Julie Griffin.
My name is Julie Griffin. I am a member of Broadway Baptist Church. The words expressed here are my own. I'm coming here to submit that the possible renewal of the MTC contract should not happen. This is the contract that removes some 400 of our own Tarrant County citizens to the Garza County facility. First, it is expensive. Last year, the contract for $18 million in ARPA funds is a lot of money. I submit that whether it comes from regular budget or ARPA funds, it's not good stewardship of our tax funds, and here's why. One, it exports incarcerated persons to a distant place beyond family and attorneys, fraying relationships, community supports, and due process. Some want Tarrant County to prefer Tarrant County and Texas vendors and contracts. When it comes to human beings and citizens of Tarrant County, we should likewise take care of our own. To do this, invest in Tarrant families of the incarcerated by keeping their loved ones here. The families are the ones that combat recidivism. They are the source of support on reentry, the prevention of crime down the road. Second, if the problem is overcrowding at Tarrant County Jail, which is in crisis, which would be why that contract would be argued to be continued, let me say that each dollar spent on a person jailed here in Tarrant County could be a dollar spent on the already existing Tarrant County entities that keep people from going to jail in the first place. Earlier, we prayed for the sick and the afflicted, and I think we all agree that so many who are in our jail are sick and afflicted and don't belong there. So this two-pronged. We'd like to keep the sick and afflicted out before they even get to the jail door. Secondly, we'd like to, because it is a crisis, see what ideas we can come up with to lower the jail population right now. First of all, I applaud this body and all who were concerned that helped to change the entry provisions for the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. And I wonder how that's going. And I do have a point of information because I checked the daily booking reports for the last 3 days, and I don't know whether those who are diverted at booking end up on that booking sheet or not. In any case, in the last 3 days, there's still 40 people in the specified offenses that had standalone offenses and were booked. That's 40 people in 3 days that don't need to be there, as agreed by all, are sick and afflicted, are mentally ill, are drug addicted. Secondly, for those who are in the jail, might we fund community supervision infrastructure and staffing for low-level offenders to be released? Can charges be dismissed for people whose time in jail at this point is equal or more than the sentence could be if convicted? In short, all of these things should be looked at by all the decision makers sitting at one table at one time. Robert Miller and so many others would not have died if the right community resources had been available and accessible.
All right, next up is Peyton Jackson.
Where's Ms. Jackson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As we continue to celebrate Juneteenth throughout the 4th of July, I ask that each of you remember or emphasize the true meaning of the holiday. Texas was in fact last. Therefore, I feel Texas should be first in committing to reparations. From penal camps to penitentiaries, based on penal codes founded by Black codes, I speak for my uncles, brothers, cousins that were lynched and exploited by the medical system by way of cadavers, but also the ones who made it past that. The ones who were sold right back into slavery, all because you'd rather legalize discrimination than to legalize a bag of weed. Just so they can cash flow for people like McDonald's, Target, Walmart, Texas Instrument, Victoria's Secret, Starbucks, judges. Speaking of judges, your right to vote is stripped unless you're off papers. They said, yeah, you can vote, but you're gonna need an address. Good luck finding housing, good luck finding a job, all because you'd rather legalize discrimination than to legalize a bag of weed. If we controlled guns the way that we controlled felons, I wouldn't be scared to send my son to school. But I guess I should be scared either way, even if Texas wasn't number 2 on the school shooting list because he is ISS bound. Tell me the difference between that and jail. Tell me the difference between ISS and solitary confinement. Anyone who doesn't conform to your expectations, something the British would deem as subnormal, has to separate. You'd rather prep these kids for prison instead of finding the gift or passion. Then you force useless information down their throats just to feed into the big farm of academics. Student loan debt is one of the top 3 consumer debts in this nation, yet we still push you have to go to college to be successful. But let's talk about the history of tuition in America. Or let's talk about the time period in which trades were taken out of schools. The school to prison pipeline is evident. But the saying goes, it starts at home. Can he make it home? Rest in peace, Xavier Hernandez. America battles with what Ms. Michelle refers to as the Zimmerman mindset. Systems upheld by leaders. You see, at first we couldn't vote, then we were 3/5, and then the KKK came, and then it was poll tax, and then it was 1, 2, 3s and ABCs, and now it's paperwork and felonies keeping us from voting. Voting in different people from different parties with the same agenda. Talk about a jury of my peers, but half of my peers have been to prison. But that's subservient because the same people who oppose police reform are the same people who recite SOPs in court. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Levon Cockrell.
Remember, I had the wrong.
Okay, gotcha. Next up is Carolina Rodriguez.
Carolina, Fort Worth, live here in Fort Worth. This jail thing, I think it's all about the money. Because I don't know how many Tuesdays the church ladies have come here and asked about the people that have been dying in the jail. And every commissioner here has the ability to take a key and walk up into the jail and check it out. You guys are their bosses. So how come you guys haven't walked up there and checked everything out up there? I don't know. So who's not being transparent? Is it the jail or is it you guys? How come you guys haven't gone to check it out yourselves?
I have.
I'd like to know that.
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, and how come Bill Wayburn's never up there? But anyways, that's another thing. So you guys can enter the jail. You can do surprise undercover boss. Just walk in, undercover boss. But it's all about the money to get that state money. And what you're doing when you do that is you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because state money is not free money. The corporations, they pay the taxes. But if that money that they're paying out in taxes doesn't have to go to the jail, it could go for more jobs for Texas. And how do they get that money? Well, I know that I've been to jail a few times this year for good reasons. And what they did to me one time was they took me, I had made my bond, it was a PR bond. They took me and they took all my clothes off, they put the jumpsuit on with the suit, whatever. They took me up to the pod at 10 minutes to 12. And then they took me out of the pod at 10 minutes after 12. So that counted for 2 days for me up there, because they did it like that. Also, what they do is they're holding people for too long. I was out there monitoring the ambulances, because there's tons of ambulances that go out of there. In fact, I filmed 2 of people that died from there. And I was just over there waiting for an ambulance, and a little girl comes outside from the jail. She was released. She was wearing paper shirt, paper pants, paper shoes. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you wearing all this paper stuff? It's the stuff they give to the suicide people. Anyways, this falls onto the DA, because what happened with her is that she sat for 7 months up in that jail for an offense that should have only been a 90-day punishment. and they forced her into a guilty plea, even though she sat out there for 7 months. So anyways, I was able to gather enough money up to go get her a pair of shoes and some jeans and a shirt and put her on the train back to Dallas to her people. But we are number one in one thing, because if you all look online today at the Prison Legal News, today's issue, we have 3,100 sheriffs in the United States. Guess who made number one for the worst sheriff in America? Warren. Yep, he got number one. Yes, we're number one in that. And they cited everything that he's never up in his jail. We've had babies born up there, and she was a loud birther. She was a loud birther, and nobody paid no mind. We had deputies fired for beating up this guy. He had a crushed cheekbone. He had his ribs broken. But, you know, it's just like you guys, I don't understand. And I have a lot more to say, but I'll wait till next week.
All right, thank you. Last person I have signed up to speak is Robert. Is it Doan?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, it's probably a point of order question here. I did provide a letter this morning in advance. I checked the box that I did not want to speak because it was supposed to be read into commentary for item 10A1. Which is your JPS selection for your design professionals. Do not know if you can vacate or amend that ruling at this point, but I invited my time to actually come in front of you to speak here this afternoon at this point. This is a really, really important project for not only Tarrant County, but the whole entire community. I just want to make sure that you guys have the facts at hand to make the appropriate decision. And really, if you could just go back and look at, you initially said, and I really thought that that was the case, when you started the session, you opened the session, you had tabled this item and said that it was going to go into closed session. Turned out, I guess that was item 2 and not item 1. So I thought maybe the letter had helped, but my understanding is you probably didn't even get access to read the letter or understand what happened with respect to that. At any rate, please make an informed decision. That's all I'm asking for. JPS really understands the complexity of this hospital, what it's going to take to do it, and that is how they put their teams in place when they move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, that's all I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Say it again.
My name is Jerome Cox. I don't know what happened to the form, but I'm trying to submit it.
Okay, yeah. Come on up.
It is almost budget time again, and I think the most important things to consider with respect to the jail include whether you put money into a new building for training or whether you put money into building and staff for improving how life goes in the jail. I think really the big scandal with our jail is the number of deaths in the jail. And the second is the inability to provide good treatment for people with mental health problems. I know, Mr. Commissioner Ramirez, that you are real aware of the need to have better training for the staff who are jailers. And I think that maybe it doesn't matter what building they're in. They could get the training in a Tarrant County Community College building, or they could work out some kind of deal with the city. I mean, there are many places where you could get a building without having to spend up to $50 million when the structure of our actual confinement facilities is so old and so in need of rehabilitation. So I'm hopeful that you'll give some careful thought to whether we want to put $50 million into a training facility or whether that money should go into, if you need construction money, redoing the buildings that hold the prisoners. And then I think you should also, I'm hopeful you will think about what you're going to teach. Because from my experience when I worked for the Department of Criminal Justice as their general counsel, the most important thing that we did for figuring out how to hold people safely was classification. And there's a lot of psychology that goes into classification, and some of that is careful observation of what's going on when people come in the door. And some of it is asking the right questions and making sure that somebody calls the family and says, oh, please help us get the right meds to this patient. And some of it involves just hiring more medical staff. I know that, pardon me, I'm not meaning to be critical of Peter Smith, but I think you need some people on duty 24/7 in the building who take responsibility for making sure that the charting of who needs meds and the distribution of the meds occurs every day on a regular schedule, and that there's very careful observation of who might be going suicidal, who's getting out of control, how to de-escalate the problems with the inmates who are in trouble or can easily go into trouble. There's a lot that's sophisticated, but it's training. Hope you'll think of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You asked, yeah, come on up. Come on up.
I received a confirmation.
Come on up. Yeah, if you want to speak.
I did receive a confirmation that I was on the list. So.
Yeah.
My name is Peter Van Slot, and I'm affiliated with the Justice Network. And my motivation, like others, for being here today stems from a report aired by KERA about Gabriel Pinion. He was an autistic, or he is an autistic 18-year-old with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And then on June 8th, he was checked into the jail and charged with aggravated assault. As reported by KERA, he spent the next week in the county jail without his prescribed medications. According to Gabriel's mother, he relies on multiple prescriptions each day to manage his anxiety and avoid explosive behaviors or meltdowns that can become violent. Gabriel's mother was relieved and when he did receive medications on Friday after the KERA report aired. Now, in my role as a volunteer at Crossroads, a ministry of my church, First Presbyterian, I regularly interact with homeless and mentally impaired populations, so I'm somewhat aware of the challenges we share when relating to those with mental disabilities. But this failure occurred in the jail, a defined environment where we have a mandate to provide timely care. That's our responsibility as a community. Now, I realize mistakes are made sometimes, but unfortunately, this is not the first medication delay reported by the jail. So please, I urge you to investigate and resolve to improve the timely provision of vital medications for the inmates in our county jail. And incidentally, I'd like to note about the number 8, or the item on the agenda earlier, the free bus passes from Trinity Metro, which you mentioned last week. And at that time, you indicated you'd save about $17,000 to $19,000 for the county. And one, I commend you on this very good program. And I'd like to make some encouragement that you might think about taking that $17,000 or $19,000 and using it to develop other very positive and creative programs to help those who are being released from incarceration to begin their work and reintegrate as productive citizens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak? Hi.
Unelected thugs in the higher ranks of our local government, working with our crooked district attorneys, have weaponized our law enforcement to shut down our freedom of speech here in Tarrant County and have made our residents' lives miserable. The destruction, the amount of innocent people's lives that have been wrecked by the unelected leaders and district attorneys have caused is almost incalculable. It's subverted our due process. It's weaponized our law enforcement. It's even started internal conflicts and it started a war against our freedom of speech, worst of all. 7 months ago, I came here and took on all the corrupt forces who got rich off leading the Tarrant County residents dry. Our speech was a threat to the entire political establishment. We can't throw away every right we have for the sake of money and convictions at the hands of maniacs, lunatics, and perverts. We have to take back our country. We have to become free again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we are now going to go into recess to discuss items in closed session. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now recessed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we are back from a long closed session and also a lunch with the CPS board. We thought we were going to have action to take related to how we go about filling the county administrator position. Instead of action, we have asked staff to give us a list of potential headhunters, if you will, for us to choose on July the 11th and try to set up a quick meeting with whoever we choose on January 11th to discuss parameters and how to move forward. So there's no action to take on that item at this time. Our attorney, Mr. Cradaville, wanted to address something related to the gentleman who spoke, Mr. Doan, I believe was his name, about the JPS contract.
Members of the court, Judge O'Hare, briefly, I just wanted to point out why the court took the action that it did, or really what occurred with Mr. Doan's public comment. Last night, it's my understanding that Mr. Doan submitted a request to submit a public comment to the court through our online portal. Included with that request was a letter, and in his sheet, he indicated that he did not wish to address the court and wished to only register the following opinion with that letter. And that was on item XA1 that he identified there. And so because of that, the court went ahead and took action without hearing Mr. Doan's public comment. After the court took action, he then submitted, he was here in person obviously, and submitted a new public comment form after the 10 o'clock cutoff deadline for public comments, saying that he did wish to address the court in person on that same item. The court allowed him to come up during the public comment section and deliver his comments at that time. I just wanted to point that out for purposes of memorialization. So because he came after the 10 o'clock deadline, the court had already taken action at that point, and he had initially indicated he did not wish to address the court, I don't believe that the court was required to hear his comment before taking action.
Thank you. We also could revisit that at any point. Well, I mean, once you go down the path, you can't, but we could revisit that now. We could revisit that at the next board meeting. And I don't believe there's anyone here that wants to do that, but if there is, speak up now. And
I think after reading the letter submitted and after hearing the comments, my vote on the item would not have changed. So
I'm good.
Yeah. So I don't think there's an appetite for bringing that back up or reconsidering.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you for watching.